Hello, hello, hello. We are live right now. Live from the village right now. It is 19 minutes past 7 p.m. right now. On the 27th of June, 2022 right now. I'm in London, England right now. I got a slightly different setup right now. I don't know if this is a permanent setup, but it might be for a while setup. We'll see how things go. But a little bit of a different setup than I normally stream from. Trying something a bit different today, as this is an earlier stream than usual. So I'm using a different parts of the vicinity than I would usually use. But yeah, hopefully still goes okay. I think I've got everything set up as it needs to be. So hopefully things are coming through just tickety-boo. But how is you, man? How is everybody doing today on this fine and dandy Monday evening? At least Monday evening where I is. It might be Monday morning where you is. Or Monday afternoon, or Monday dawn. Whatever times of the day. Big up for the like. We got one like coming through. Sam! Shocking different room. How you doing? I'm doing great. I'm doing fine. You know what? Let me try and adjust something, because it is a different room that I'm using today, because it is an earlier stream than usual. So I'm using a different part of the place, because, you know, some people are working from home and, you know, too much noise and all that kind of stuff. So I'm using a different part of the house. I don't know though. It might be a permanent thing though. It's kind of alright down here still. You know, it's kind of alright. You know, so I don't know. Maybe I'll do this more often. You know, something a little bit different, but we'll see. We'll see. I just want to see if I can make this text larger, because right now I'm sitting quite far, or not far, but further away from the screen that would normally be sitting. So the text is quite small, and although I can see it, I'd rather not, you know, strain my eyes like a madman. So I don't know if is there a way I can enlarge this? Is there like an option to enlarge the text a little bit so I can see your chats just a little bit easier? I wonder. It doesn't seem there is, at least not that I can spot in any kind of obvious way. I don't think there is. Damn it, YouTube. All these features and you can't enlarge the text. Like, what's that about? That's the thing about YouTube. It's like it does so much, right? YouTube, in fact, I guess it's the same with a lot of these tech companies. They do so much, right? To like be inclusive and to be welcoming and to have features for everybody. But in the simple things like enlarging the text, you can't do. Like, what the hell, man? What in the F? Be back in a minute. Alright, no problemo. Hopefully I'll figure this thing out by then. Or maybe not. We'll see. I'm just right clicking on a bunch of stuff now. Control. Ooh, is that it? Oh, that enlarges everything though. I don't want to enlarge everything. Damn you, YouTube. If I do this, it enlarges everything. I guess I couldn't enlarge it for now and pull it back later. I might, yeah, maybe I could do that. Just have it enlarged for now and then just put it back to whatever it was before. That's probably a bit too big right now though. So let me come down a bit. I think that should be alright. That should be alright. But yeah, it is movie night tonight. Movie night tonight, and we're watching Face Off, the 1997 John Woo action movie starring John Travolta and Nicolas Cage. This was actually the very first film that I saw in the cinema that was 18 rated. So I think I was 18 at the I would have been 18 at the time. But yeah, it was the very first film I saw in the cinema that was 18 rated, and that's a big deal back then. These days, not so much. Not so much a big deal these days. Like, whatever, right? But back then, it was like I'd seen 18 rated movies, you know, before that, but not in the cinema. So yeah, the first time I saw an 18 rated movie in the cinema, I was 18, and it was this movie, Face Off, and it was a I guess it was a big deal for a lot of reasons. One, you know, being an 18 rated movie and seeing it in cinema, but it also the fact that it was is a John Woo movie, and John Woo was one of my favorite directors at the time. I used to watch a lot of John Woo films. I remember getting into or finding out about John Woo probably a few years prior to that for a film called Hard Boiled, which is incredible. If you've not seen Hard Boiled, I would 100% recommend Hard Boiled for anybody who likes action movies. But it's a John Woo film starring Chow Yun-fat, and I remember some kid brought it into school, and it was like, I think we were in detention or something like that, where somebody left their TV and the VCR in the detention room, and the teacher went there because, well, yeah, that's my school all over. But I think somebody brought it in. I can't remember if it was detention or something else. But anyway, somebody had it on video, brought it in, put it in, and people were watching it, and they were like, "Oh wow, wicked cool action!" Da, da, da. But I remember very clearly watching that film, and not just thinking, "Oh wow, wicked cool violence action," but just thinking how incredible it was, just how beautiful the action was, how it was violent, bloody, but it was so beautifully choreographed. And I remember like thinking that, like, I want to see more of this. I want to see more of these types of films. So yeah, I found out about John Woo, found out about a lot of his films from that he did in Hong Kong. And then when Hong Kong was in a transition period of going over from British rule to Chinese rule, John Woo and a lot of Hong Kong filmmakers left Hong Kong for America, or just other parts of the world. And I think the first film he did in America was called Broken Arrow, which also stars John Travolta. John Travolta. It's a good film as well. In fact, I saw that in the cinema, actually. John Travolta and Christian Slater. And then, yeah, this one with John Travolta and Nicolas Cage. And I believe he did another film with Nicolas Cage called, I can't remember what it's called, but I haven't seen it. Moon Trace Walker or something like that. I ain't remember. But yeah, this is a pretty important film in my movie, in my personal movie history. Let me just look up John Woo on the movie database real quick, so I want to see if I can remember that film that he did with the other film he did with John Travolta. Nicolas Cage. So let's see. Let's go back a little bit. Wind Talkers. There we go. So yeah, he did Wind Talkers with Nicolas Cage. He also directed Mission Impossible 2. If you ain't seen Mission Impossible 2, that's a pretty damn good movie. One of the better Mission Impossibles, actually. Between, I say that and the first one, in my opinion, are the... I mean, I haven't seen all the Mission Impossibles. There's like a million of those movies at this point. But out of the ones I've seen, Mission Impossible 1 and 2 are my favorites. Mission Impossible 3 was okay. I feel like the thing that saved that movie, though, was... Oh, that's so bad. I don't remember his name right now. But it's the actor that passed away. Let's see. Remind myself, man. Remind myself. Here we go. Philip Seymour Hoffman. That was it. I feel like that movie was saved because of Philip Seymour Hoffman. But yeah, he passed away. What was this? This was 2006, and Hoffman passed in 2014. So what's that? 8 years later. Is that right? Yeah, 8 years later. But yeah, Philip Seymour. He was a great actor, though. Great actor. Rest in peace to Philip Seymour Hoffman. But yeah, after that little ramble on, yeah, it is movie night. But how is everybody doing before we get into the movie? Oh, by the way, yeah, so Face Off is on Disney Plus or Amazon Prime. I'm watching it on Disney Plus, but if you have Amazon Prime, you can watch that there, or if you have it on DVD or Blu-ray, you can watch it there. Sam is back. Back again. Guess who's back? Tell a friend. that any way you want to watch it is cool, or if you just want to come along and have some fun, that's cool too. But yeah, how's y'all doing, man? How's y'all doing? What's a guanin today on this Monday evening GMT, or morning or afternoon, wherever you may be in the world? Before we start the movie, if you got the movie and get it ready on 0, I'll start the movie in a little bit. But this is a 2-hour and 19-minute movie, which is a bit longer than we normally go for movie nights. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to start a bit earlier, because I ain't trying to be up too late. So we'll start a bit early because this is a longer movie. But you know, I don't know. Now that we're here, we'll see how it goes. There's some other reasons to start earlier as well, but how to get a Wii sample from Sophie, which for an autistic kid is no easy task. Oh, by the way, when you say Wii sample, I mean, I think I know what you mean, but just because it could technically mean two things. Do you mean small sample, or do you mean like you needed to get like a urine sample? I mean, I guess either way, it's a tough thing to do. In fact, you don't have to answer that. It's none of my business. Urine, okay, there you go. I'm just saying. I mean, it could have been like, I don't know, like I think in Scotland they say that it needs to get a wee sample. That's my crappy Scottish accent. Or was it? I think it's in Ireland as well. A wee lad. But yeah. Well, hopefully, Queen Sophie and the rest of the family are okay. Yeah, you've seen Face Off before, Sam, right? I think you've seen it before. I'm pretty sure you said you've seen it, because I'm sure you mentioned it actually. But yeah, for those who haven't seen it, if you're watching this movie for the first time, it's a great film. It's an action movie, but it ain't no regular action movie. It's one of the best action movies in my opinion. One of the best American action movies in my opinion. And it's directed by a Chinese director who did some of the best action movies just ever, in my opinion. John Woo is one of my favorite directors, if you couldn't tell. In fact, John Woo is pretty much, not even pretty much, he is the dude that got me into movies. Like, if it wasn't for Hard Boiled, John Woo making Hard Boiled and seeing that movie as an impressionable young lad, I'd probably still be watching films, but I don't think I'd be watching films as much as I do if it wasn't for that. So yeah, I have a lot to blame John Woo for, actually. She's fine, Doctor thinks she has an infection. Oh, I'm sorry. Hopefully the doctor's wrong on that thinking. But if she does, at least it's something you'll know about and be able to deal with. Well, hopefully be able to deal with and get on top of it as soon as possible. Because that ain't nice, man. That ain't nice. Damn. I've decided though that I need a holiday. Yeah, I love this movie. As for action, this is up there with one of the best indeed. Ready for the midnight vid. I think that's how it goes. I've not seen this film for. I know I've seen it a few times, like more than a few times actually. I've probably seen this film probably more than 10 times, I think. But I've not watched it for a while. I think the last time I watched this movie was a good many years ago now. Probably at least 10 years ago. Ish, So I've not seen it for a while, but I've seen it a few times. Let's see how much I remember of this film. I remember Gina Gershon, and I remember Gina Gershon has a brother in this movie. Well, her character has a brother in this movie, and there's an incest scene, which was weird. Like, okay, I remember that. But yeah, we'll start the movie in a little bit. And just a tiny little bit. But yeah, I need a holiday, man. I need a holiday, you know. I wanted to go on holiday, wanted to go abroad pre-lockdown, but well, that happened. And, you know, so never went. But, and then, oh, actually, one sec. Let me just sort that real quick. But yeah, that never happened. But and pretty much since then, I've just been like, you know, working and saving, working and saving, working and saving, working and saving, which is, you know, it's a good habit to be in, especially now with all the prices of everything going up. It's kind of a good habit. It's kind of like, okay, well, just there already. But yeah, I've kind of realized that, yeah, I need a holiday. I actually do need a break in another country for a little while. And hopefully I'll be able to do that in the coming months or so. I haven't watched it in ages either. For some reason, I never bought it, but would watch it every time it came on TV. Yeah, I bought this on VHS. Old school. And I bought it again on DVD. I'm sure it's in the DVD collection somewhere, but I ain't trying to look through that at this point. I haven't watched a movie on actual DVD for the longest time because it's so convenient to watch stuff through the streaming services, right? Like, I know I've done this a few times where I have a film on DVD, but rather than going through my DVD collection and digging it out to watch it, I'll buy it. Even if I have to buy it again, I've paid for the movie again through like Amazon or Google Movies or whatever, because it's so much more convenient to watch it through a streaming service than to go digging through your DVD collection. So yeah, I'm that guy. I choose convenience, even though yes, I could save myself a few quid if I just be bothered to look through my DVD collection. And my DVD collection ain't even that big. It's maybe like 100 and something. I haven't actually counted, by the way, but I'm guessing it's somewhere about 100, maybe 200 DVDs. So it's not like it's impossible to find anything, but it's just long. Yeah, and I want to go to a place that isn't so politically driven. Well, that might be hard at this point. I think that's just about everywhere at the moment. No, I don't even watch TV. Oh yeah, same. Well, I mean, I guess I technically watch television in the technical definition of the word, but yeah, in terms of like TV broadcasts, like, you know, BBC and Sky and that kind of stuff, nah, I haven't watched that stuff for the longest time. So I think the last time I tried watching a movie on TV was maybe a year or two ago, and I don't remember which film it was. I think it was like it was an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. I think like Commando or something like that. But anyway, I was watching this movie, and I just remember like the amount of adverts that would come up. Like it would take a break like every 15 minutes or something like that, and the ad breaks would just went on forever. It seemed. And you know that point where you're just sitting through the adverts and you kind of think to yourself, "What the hell was I even watching?" Like you legit can't even remember what you was even watching to begin with, because the ad breaks is going for so long. Just like, mate, what was I even watching? And then it's like, oh yeah, this movie, yeah. Alan Evans, AE in the place to be. It's going all right. Al, how you doing? How was you? TVS too many ads, too much of the news. Yep. I remember, like, I used to watch a lot of TV, probably up until around 2000. I don't know. Let's see. Probably still around about 2007, 2008, I think. Around about then. I'm pretty sure it's before 2010 at least anyway. But yeah, I used to watch a lot of TV and it kind of slowed out round about that sort of period. Probably between about 2005, 2008 is when it started to slow down. And then I moved to this apartment where, well, actually, they did have a TV license, but I didn't know they had a TV license, right? I just didn't know that. So I just figured that they didn't have a TV license. So I just never, bothered to get an aerial and plug in the TV. And I just found that I didn't miss it. Like, I didn't miss it. I never missed television. So, yeah, I just haven't really watched it pretty much since then. I quit my job. How you doing? You quit your job. Should I say congratulations or commiserations? Because I know a lot of people who, when they say they quit their job or they get fired from their job, the correct response is congratulations. Even if they say they got fired, it's congratulations. But which category do you fall into? Are you either congratulations or should I say commiserations? I mean, well, you said you quit your job, so I guess that's your choice in that case. So yeah, congratulations, I think. If you quit your job, that was your choice, so congratulations. Why'd you quit though, or if you don't mind saying? So all together in lockdown, can't be bothered with it, yeah. Yeah, it's just a lot, it's just a lot. And I hear about some stuff that gets shown on TV, like, you hear about what the love triangle, is that what it's called? The love triangle or the love angle? No, the Love Island. No, Love Island, that's it. The Love Island. You hear about some of the stuff that people talk about, and I'm just kind of like, man, I could do without it. I don't need that. I don't see that. I got Netflix, I got Disney Plus, I'm good. I got Amazon, I'm good. I got YouTube, I can watch a few clips if I need to, I'm good. I don't need to watch TV. I feel like I'm good. I got, BBC iPlayer and all that sort of stuff, 4OD and all the rest of it, Channel 5. I mean, I haven't watched any of those services for a long time, but I have them if I want to watch them. So you're gonna do now that you quit your job, Al? You got another job lined up, or you got is that like a business venture, or what's the plan? Oh, are you go full time into YouTube? Because that could be exciting. I think if I had to quit because the company was messing about with my wages. So in the end, I rang them up and told them I won't be coming back. So congratulations, awesome. Well, awesome that you made that choice for yourself, but sucks that they messed around with your wages. Hopefully you still get your money though, because that sucks, man. That sucks. And yeah, I know some companies are like that. They would absolutely take the piss when it comes to paying people. Like, they would long it out as much as possible when it comes to paying people. Like, they give you the whole kind of spiel in the beginning about what you get paid and this, that, and the other, and when you're going to get paid. And in the beginning, it's usually fine, but then after a while, it's like a payment comes like maybe a couple of days late, and maybe it's only a couple of days, so you don't say much at the time. But then after that, it's like a few more days after that. Then it's a few days later, then a few more, and it just seems to get later. And it's like, yo, come on, man. So yeah, people out here taking a piss. I know money's tight and all, and we all need to get that paper, but I'm not good to be ripping people off, man. I'm going camping in 4 weeks for 5 nights. I've never been camping before, so it's a new experience. Looking forward to it. Awesome. Where you going camping? Is that like a campsite, or you are you gonna go ghetto and just like go camp out in the local park? Ain't no shame in it, by the way. Ain't no. Hey, listen, times are tough. Times are tough. Sometimes you just gotta cut corners where you can. Just go to the local park with a tent and be like, "Yo, we're camping here." I mean, they got squirrels and whatever, so they got wildlife. You know what I mean? It's almost the same thing. Just be careful you don't lay your tent over some dog shit or something. You know what I mean? Just be careful you put your tent. Campsite in Bridlington. Okay, cool. That Bridlington. Okay. My plan is to find another job. I guess I have to take a loss in order to find something better. I'm saying positive. Letting it get me down. I mean, not let me get not let me get you down. Cool. I hope you get something in good time. But yeah, man, it's equal parts scary, equal parts exciting when you quit a job, especially if you don't have another job directly to go to. It really is, like, because the conventional wisdom is to wait till you have another job before you leave your current job, right? But the reality is that it doesn't always go that way, and just the situation we're in, it can't always go that way, because whether it's, like you say, your job messing you around and it messing around the pay and it's just you just can't stay there, or whether it's just a timing issue. So yeah, it's not always feasible to, quit one job, to keep a job until you have another job, so it's just not always that feasible. So I get it. I've left many a job in my day without having another job to go to, and so yeah, I know firsthand it's equal parts scary, equal parts exciting. But yeah, stay positive, keep looking, take the time to, assuming you haven't done it already, I don't know, but take the time to just figure out what is it you want to do and who you want to be, how you want to get there, and how a job factors into that, and that will guide you into what type of jobs you apply for, so yeah. Can you go Universal Credit in the meantime? That could be an option. Is the movie free to watch on Amazon Prime? Yes, I believe it is part of the Amazon Prime package if you have Amazon Prime. So yes, it is. What up, Brax? Brax Spivvy in the house. But yeah, one thing to consider actually, and maybe it won't come to this. Hopefully it doesn't. But one thing to consider is that if you are unemployed for a period of time, for an extended period of time, that could affect your pension. So what you might want to consider, and I don't know if Universal Credit would qualify for this, but if not, or actually maybe it does, because I think Universal Credit replaces the dole, doesn't it? I'm pretty sure I heard Universal Credit replaces the dole. But yeah, it could be worth checking. Anyway, the point is, if you end up being unemployed for a while, you may want to consider signing on, because then you still have a national insurance contribution. Because yeah, if you're unemployed for a while, you don't have a national insurance contribution, and that could later affect your pension when it comes to it. So yeah, hopefully it doesn't come to that. Yeah, hopefully you get other works in good time. But yeah, if it does end up being a while, then you may want to consider signing on. And I'm not sure if Universal Credit counts as that now. So that's something to maybe double check. But yeah, if you sign on, then you can at least have it's not so much sign on because of the money, because the money's not going to be that good. But it's more so that you have a pension contribution. So at least by the time you get to retirement age, you've got money in there rather than not, so yeah. Another thing you can do, another option you can do, and this depends on how much money you have saved up, is register as self-employed. Yeah. Even if you don't, strictly speaking, have a business, you can register as self-employed. In fact, you technically do have a business with the YouTube channel, so you can use that. But anyway, register as self-employed, and that way you just pay your national insurance yourself each year, and it's like 150 something pounds you pay each year. Well, that's the minimum you'd pay. You can pay more, but that's like if you're earning more and all taxes and stuff like that. But yeah, it's really just to make sure that you have a contribution going into your national insurance so that you can build up a pension, so that later on when you reach retirement age, you know, you have something in there. Because one of the biggest problems that I've seen, and this is from the time when I worked in a pensions company, is that a lot of people reach retirement age and they don't have that much of a pension, you know, and it sucks. It sucks, you know, people getting something like £2,000 a year, they got to figure out how to live off, you know. So yeah, as much as you can, try to keep your national insurance contributions consistent. Universal credit is basically job seekers allowed. It's just with UC, you get it monthly. I'm gonna be looking for jobs this week. See what I can do. Awesome. But yeah, I mean, hopefully it doesn't come to it, but if it does, yeah, look into things like universal credit, or signing on. I'm pretty sure it's the same thing now, because I'm pretty sure universal credit covers that. I'm sure I heard that at some point, that universal credit replaces like signing on and Dole, and it's all the same, all under that. So even how look, yeah, indeed you do. But yeah, that's what I did. Like when I left a job, it was like 6-7 years ago. I left this job, and one of the first things I did was register as self-employed, so that, yeah, well, not only because I wanted to keep the national insurance contributions consistent. That was the only reason, because I was planning on doing some self-employed stuff as well. But yeah, that was a part of it. Because I knew at the time that I wasn't going to be looking for a job anytime soon. Like I purposefully decided that I'm not going to look for a job anytime soon. So I was like, you know, I want to keep these consistent. Let me do the register self-employed, and that way I could have that as a contribution. And I don't know, we'll see how much that helps by the time we get to the end of it. If we get to the end of it, who knows what happened. But anyway, let me put this light on. It's actually getting quite dark in here. Let me put this light on first, actually. Okay, cool. We got a bit of light. We might need a little bit more light. Oh, that's bright. I ain't trying to blind myself. I get universal credit. I don't get a lot though because of Elliot's wages. Okay. So it's like is that like more of like a supplement, I guess, that they give along with what he gets, and they add a little bit to that. I'm gonna say I don't miss cleaning the school classrooms for a minute. I used to clean school classrooms as well. Couple of years back. No, not today. Yeah, we're starting earlier today. Because we're starting earlier, I have to consider the noise that might get made, and with other people working from home and all that kind of nonsense. Man, it's like I was working from home before working from home was working from home, and now everybody's all like, "You're making too much noise. You're making too much noise." Ugh, whatever, man. So yeah, different room today. I don't know though. We'll see if we do this again. I mean, we might, because I'm thinking this 7 o'clock start might be alright still, you know. But we'll see how it goes. But yeah, no, I used to clean schools back in the day. I remember them times. You know what though? Real talk. That cleaning job I had, honestly, and it may sound weird, but honestly, one of the best jobs I've had. And not because of the cleaning, right? Not that bit. No, but no. I mean, you're cleaning toilets and nasty ass teachers doing all kinds of nasty ass stuff. But it was more just the fact that it was a pretty straightforward, relatively chill job. You just kind of go in, do what you need to do, and go home. It got a little bit much later, you know, with some of the staff, especially because I got promoted, and it was like I had to take care of this and this, the other, and it was all that stuff came in. But then while it was chill, it was chill. I was like, you know what, I can just like come in, clean for a few hours and go home and I'm good. I'm good. It was chill. I like that. I like chill. I like chill. Let's get a movie set up on my TV. Cool, cool, cool. So yeah, get it set up on 0. We'll start the movie in a moment or two. Yeah, kind of if he does overtime or he gets a bonus, it messes me up big time. Oof. I knew a lady actually, and I guess in a similar kind of position where she was working, but also had at the time, I think they called it child support or some kind of help, money to help with her kids. And yeah, similar sort of thing where it's like she would get offered overtime and would turn it down because she knew that if she did it overtime, the money she'll get from the overtime would be like not that much, but it would be enough to put her into a bracket where she doesn't get as much of the child support allowance. So yeah, it was like she couldn't do overtime unless they were offering her like, you know, enough to make it worthwhile, which yeah, didn't always happen. So yeah. It's like you'll get a little bit extra from the overtime, but that little bit extra puts you in another bracket. And because now you're in this bracket, the money you get from the allowance just like drops. And so overall, you end up with less money. They clean the fruit shop. I was 16. I enjoyed it. Yeah, it's just chill, isn't it? Just chill. Just go in, do your work, and go home. It's just chill. I was given 2 hours and 15 minutes there to clean 8 classrooms at a primary school, and they were kids. They're real messy. All right, let me ask you this, Alan, as somebody who's also cleaned in a school. Who's messier, the students or the teachers? Because I feel like I know the answer. I certainly know the answer how it was in the school I worked in. But let me ask you that: who's messier, the students, the pupils, or the teachers? This is why I moan so much about the system, because it doesn't work. You try and better yourself, and you get screwed. Yeah. The law does not protect the innocent. It just penalizes all those who follow it. I would probably say both. Okay. Well, in the school I worked, it was definitely the teachers. It was definitely the teachers. And it wasn't even like... It's like, you know, people should know better. Like, you're an adult, right? You're an adult in this world. You're responsible for educating young children. Or, I don't know, was it teenage children, I guess. You should know better. You know what I mean? You should know better. But yeah, it was definitely the teachers in the school I worked in. Definitely. Got the movie on 0. Awesome. All right, all right, all right. It is face-off movie night tonight. I've got a different setup, so doing things slightly differently. But, you know, we'll get there. We'll get there. I'm going to switch over to... I should teach kids how to be tidy. You know what? Yes. Yes. That is true. But I think and well, you again might be slightly different in your school, but I think the biggest problem is not so much kids don't know to be tidy. They know that they know to be tidy. You know, they're in when they're in the house, their parents, I'm sure, they're telling them to clean up after themselves. It's not that they don't know it. It's more that you don't necessarily have an example. Like when you've got teachers themselves doing stupid shit and just leaving crap behind, it just sets a bad example. So for the students, they're probably looking at it like, well, if they ain't gonna clean up, why should I clean up after myself? You know what I mean? So it's like, yes, you should, but then at the same time, I feel like it's not so much the kids don't know, it's more that they don't necessarily have a good example. And yeah, teachers, y'all should know better. Y'all should know better. Okay, X is not home. Maybe nah, let me not say that. Let me not say that. It's too early. The teachers don't bother because they think that's what the cleaners are for. I would say that, to be fair, there were some teachers in the school I worked at that were pretty cool. Like, you know, they were chill. They kind of respectful. They didn't try and treat you like shit just because you're the cleaner and not like that. There was a few that were pretty cool. And I guess just in general, like, there was a kind of respect for being most of the teachers. At least when you spoke to them, like, if you saw them, there was like that kind of respect there. But certainly not when you're not around and they're supposed to just clean up after themselves and they're just doing dumb shit. Like, ugh, gee, thanks. Like, putting coffee in the bin. That was probably the biggest peeve that I had when I worked as a cleaner. Because what would happen is that, I don't know, they'd be drinking a cup of coffee or whatever, and for whatever reason, they don't finish it. And instead of them to tip it out in a sink, you know, or something like that, they'll literally put a near full cup of coffee in the bin. Right? And then, so by the time we get there in the evening to clean up, we're trying out stuff, taking out the bins, and then by then it's leaked. So you're dragging this bin and it's leaking all over the floor that you probably just mopped. And you don't know it's leaking because it's behind you. You kind of drag it behind you. Or not even dragging it. You might have it on a trolley or something or carrying it. Yeah, the point is you're holding it and you don't know it's leaking, right? So I say drag, it's probably not the right word to use, but you know what I mean? You're holding their bags and you don't know it's leaking because it's like on the side or whatever. So you just mopped this floor, you're carrying this bag out, and then you can't, when you come back, you just see like this trail of coffee drips all over the floor. And you're just like, bloody hell, man. Now you got to do all that again. As they say, when one door closes, another opens. So in the meantime, I've got free time to make more YouTube videos. Indeed, indeed. And who knows, maybe the YouTube channel takes off and you won't have to look for another job. Just saying. Just saying. It's a possibility. But yeah, let's switch over to this screen now. It's movie night tonight, so let's switch over to this screen. Let me put the marker on as well, because we're about to start movie. But yeah, we're about to start this movie, Face Off. So, on 3, 2, 1, play. So 3, 2, 1, play. Yeah, I can relate. I've done a lot of cleaning jobs in the past. Oof, yeah. All right. 3 likes. Oh, nice one. Big up for the likes, guys. Appreciate that. There we go. There we go. All right. They're just setting up the story so far. John Travolta playing with his kid in the theme park. Yeah, I was saying earlier though, this is the first movie, the first 18 rated movie, 18 certificate movie that I saw in the cinema. Were they the only? I just realized that. They're the only ones at this theme park? Like nobody came to help them and that, and like nobody was like, "Hey, call the police! Call the police!" Like this guy just gets shot, his kid gets shot, and no one's around. They were the operators of the theme park there? But I might need to talk about this movie. I'm just saying, this might be one of the movies I talk about on my movie channel in the coming weeks and months, because I'm just realizing some stuff about this film right now. Like, why was no one else there? That makes no sense at all. Sometimes I think I should do something on social media to air my thoughts on stuff happening in society today. Then remember, I don't follow the in crowd with their opinions. I may be cancelled. Don't you dare trash this movie. I just might have to. But yeah, you know what though? There's an audience for everything when it comes to the internet. That's for sure. So even your opinions that don't follow the in crowd, there's an audience for it. The only thing is that sometimes that audience can get a little bit much. You know what I mean? Sam, you cancelled yourself. You played yourself. Why is he mad about a satellite? That's what it's there for. Man, this guy's an arsehole. Man. I mean, I understand that his kids died, he wants revenge, he's upset, but come on, man. Gotta treat your staff right. Man, Nicolas Cage is awesome, though. Can't lie, Nicolas Cage is awesome in this movie. He's also very perverted, which he's supposed to be. But he's awesome as a pervert. I believe he's a pervert. Like, what's what he does? What's what he does? This is 1997, by the way. This is 1997. I was can't be bothered hearing other opinions either. I just want to rant. That's it. It's done. Turn off comments. What's up, Alan? Already done it before. I've done it before I've uploaded anything. Man, how cool is this guy? coat blown in the wind and everything. Directed by John Woo. There you go. I cancelled yourself. His name's Castor, and his little brother's called Pollux. Who named these kids? Like, what were they, are their parents on drugs or something? Smuggy. Man, 90s bad guys were the best. What does he say? Yeah. If I was to give you flowers, would you? Yeah. Let me rephrase. If I was to let you suck my tongue, would you be grateful? The things you do as an undercover cop. Making out with a bad guy. The problem is people take sides. I don't. If something doesn't make sense to me, then it doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter what side it is. And that's the thing, really, when it comes to a lot of these online personalities. That's why one of the reasons why I don't really watch a lot of these guys or even pay that much attention, because they're all very much agenda driven. It doesn't matter what side they're on, they're all agenda driven. None of them are really, well, I say none of them, I'm sure I'm exaggerating to some degree, but a lot of them aren't really about being truthful, as they are about just picking a side, sticking that side, and driving the points of that side because they know that's what's popular. Like, once you carved out your niche of your audience, you just keep feeding that niche. So, you know, the more right-wing people just get more and more extreme right-wing. And I'm sure in their mind, they got to know what they're saying doesn't make sense, but they just keep doing it because that's their niche and that's what makes them popular. Same with like the more left-wing people. They'll just keep going more and more extreme left-wing because that's what's popular and that's their niche. And it just gets silly. It just gets silly. And then you find like these people who like do these commentary channels, and all they seem to do all day is find the absolute most low-hanging bottom barrel fruit from the other side and try to represent it as this is what they really think. And it's like, you know, you just purposely picked out some moron, you know, just so you can rag on them on your channel. And it's ridiculous. Like, it's actually just, yeah. Well, you realize it's more about being popular than it is about actually just being genuine and discussing ideas in a reasonable manner. Of course, everybody has their biases. That's just human. And we're not going to get everything right. We're all going to make mistakes. We're all going to get things wrong and whatever. That's all part of the journey. But yeah, a lot of these channels, they're just extreme for the sake of being extreme, because that's what gets them popular. That's what gets them clicks. Even the people who hate watch them, it's all watches, it's all views in the end, right? It's all views. Like, you might watch that channel and go, I hate this guy, rah, 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 rah. It's all views. It's all ad revenue. And it just happens over and over again. It was happened 10 years ago. It's happening 5 years ago. It's happening now. It's just the same thing over and over again. Like what Bon Jovi says, it's all the same, only the names have changed. But yeah, that's my mini rant. I'll says you. I just like to watch the beef. Well, I mean, sometimes you can sip a little tea. You know what I mean? I'm not usually one for like the gossips and all that kind of stuff and the drama, but you know, sometimes I sip a little tea. They get him. They get him. Mm-hmm. Double guns. Why does these cops not have bulletproof vests? Are you dumb? Like, are you actually stupid? They turned up to this dangerous criminal and no body armor. I think, well, some of them might, but most of them don't. Yeah, both sides have their good points. Both sides have their extremists. It's just the extremists. Yeah, extremists are louder. Russell Brand is good to watch. I don't get agenda driven from him. Yeah, he's pretty cool actually. I like his stuff. I watch his from time to time. He seems to be a more kind of reasonable. Well, from what I can tell, at least, he seems to be a more kind of reasonable voice. But he seems to get hate sometimes. Like some people used to hate on him. And it's like, why? Like, the guy literally just talks about love and kindness all day and meditating. It's like, what's the hate? What are you hating on? Just because you didn't say the exact thing that somebody else wants you to say, people start calling him all kinds of stuff. It's like, how? Reloads. Oh, listen, yeah. Man like John Woo. Nobody does action like man like John Woo, you know. Actually consider Russell Brand as right wing just because he uses logic and truth. It's crazy, yeah. Yeah, people are dumb on the internet. But yeah, extreme views get the views. I think that's what a lot of it comes down to. People say extreme things because it gets people in their feelings. It gets people kind of like talking about it, and it gets them more attention. Even if they talk bad about them, it's still talking about them. Is that old saying, no publicity is bad publicity? I mean, there is such thing as bad publicity, as we know, but Ready for the big ride, baby. Doesn't check the pulse. I mean, it makes sense for the plot as to why it doesn't check the pulse, as right? But you'd think a cop would check the pulse. I'm just saying. A cop, a police officer, would always check the pulse. Looks pumping me. Just running away. I played Resident Evil Director's Cut, which PS1 game on PS Plus yesterday, and beat the game in 1 hour 43 minutes. That's a record for me. Okay, nice. How's that PS Plus working out? They left have been looking really bad in recent times. That's them, not the people calling it out. You call out the problem right now. It's the left for the longest time. It was the right. They was called out also repeatedly. Left and right. Everybody looking real crazy right now. XSplit, yo, what up, homie? How you doing? Appreciate you coming through. Oh, the Epic Monkey. Okay, got a new name. Monkey's now XSplits now. All right, cool, cool, cool. What caused the name change? So I don't pick sides. Both are massively flawed. It's just pointless, really, isn't it? It's like, as corny as it sounds, you need both wings to fly. So I pick one. It's just gonna fly around in circles if you're only on one side. CCH Pounder. Don't know. XSplits. XSplits. I don't know. It kind of sounds like a. Let me not say actually. Sounds a bit naughty though. I think if we are honest, there is left and right in all of us. Well, I mean left, right, right? Left, 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 right, left. But yeah, I mean, I think when it comes down to it, in terms of like ideas, some of your ideas are going to be, say, more right leaning, and some of your ideas might be more, say, left leaning. You know. You're just trying to figure out what's best for you in this crazy old world. See, it's what happens when you don't check the pulse. They're making 3D bacon. It was well, I don't think you should eat ears unless you're Mike Tyson. Still listening and watching a man like Brixton. Let me say your name right. There is a place in London called Brixton, by the way. He says those airs, especially when someone else's. Mike Tyson actually released a gummy brand like ears that you can chew on or something. Gina Gershon. Brixton, that's a ghetto over there. Used to be. Not so much these days. Is very gentrified now, but yeah, back in the day, Brixton was notorious. But yeah, a lot of London's just been gentrified over the years, and Brixton, a lot of South London places, North London places, well, a lot of London places really. So yeah, not so much now. He talked easily. Taz likes his, Ozzy likes bats. He just needs to combine the two. Tyson was also in Eminem's video for his song Godzilla. I don't know if you've seen it. Yep, no, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it. Wasn't there a lot of rights in Brixton back in the day? I mean, I don't know about a lot, but I guess there's been one or two. There was a big one a while back, but yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, there's a big one a while back in the 80s, but it's not like they happen every week or anything. I mean, it's not like, yeah, every week somebody writes. It's not like that. It's not like that. But Brixton's calm though. I like Brixton. I mean, even before it got gentrified, I like Brixton. I've always liked Brixton. You know, I used to hang there quite a bit. A few clubs down there that were pretty cool. The things like, I mean, terms like ghetto and, you know, that kind of stuff, I feel like they kind of, I don't think, well, maybe misuse is the right word to say it, but they kind of create an image that isn't always quite accurate. Because it's not like, you know, you go to Brixton and immediately somebody's trying to mug you and shoot you and you know what I mean, stab you or whatever. It's not like that. You know, you can walk through Brixton and be fine. You know, you can walk through pretty much any of the, say, underprivileged parts of London and be fine. If you go looking for trouble, though, you probably won't have to look very far. You know what I mean? It'd be like that. But yeah, and I feel like when you say ghetto, it just sounds. I mean, it's not inaccurate in terms of its definition, but I think just the way it sounds, it makes it sound worse than what it actually is. You know what I mean? Suave should leave him. Exactly. He lied to her. She filed for divorce. Yeah, go. Don't come back. Should have said that before he brought him to this doctor to discuss this whole bloody thing, you dummy. Do you think gentrifying would go down better if it was to be more inclusive and not at the cost of those who live there? XSplit is back. Oh, gentrifying. Okay. I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword when it comes to gentrification. It's like, on one hand, you get what most people would consider a better quality area, right? Less crime, shops, better shops, better housing, better, things like that. And just say a generally better, or what most people consider generally better place to live. And that bit's fine. The problem, though, is that it often means that housing prices go up. So now, for somebody who owns their house already, they're fine. They don't have to worry too much. But for people who rent, it may be that you can't afford to rent your apartment anymore. You can't afford that place anymore, and it's like, so where do you go? And especially when it's not like other parts of London are cheaper, it's happening a lot. So it effectively forces people out, and a lot of those people, still work in London, still work in those areas. So it's like they're having to travel further, which means like there's more, their cost of living goes up because there's more money spent on travel. So yeah, it kind of forces people, if you're on a lower income, into a position that just is so far less than ideal, that although it, say, fixes one problem, it effectively creates another problem elsewhere, So, I mean, I don't know what the solution is. I'm not saying, it's one of these things where it's like, what do you do? Because it seems like one way or another, you're just going to have a problem. It's where do you have the problem in the end? Do you have the problem here? Do you have the problem there? Right. So it's like, yeah. What do you do? I don't know. Zilla. Favorite characters in Godzilla are Mothra, Jet, Jaguar, and Rodan. I mean, I only know Godzilla, so I'm going to go with that. So I was the impression that it was more of a black-white thing. You just explained it completely different to what I heard. I mean, there is a racial element involved in the sense that it tends to be, say, Black and Asian families that are on the lower income. All right, that sort of thing. Not only, of course, but it kind of tends to be that way. So there is that element of it, but in essence, it's not quite, at least not directly anyway. Man, they do all this to save people's lives. But if I remember, like, yo, it's your time to go. It's your time to go. Places in MRC like Harlem, don't know about Brooklyn, Coney Island, and the Bronx under a plan for gentrification. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine like a lot of the cities, big cities in like New York, probably LA as well, probably going through that, or maybe even been through that already. Your ass belongs to me. What are you gonna do with somebody's ass, though? I mean, they're gonna poop all over you or something? Do you think that's why some people think why people don't struggle like others, because people only see it from their eyes? After all, we can only go by our own experience and miss the bigger pictures. Yeah, that could be part of it. You know, I mean, I guess there's lots of parts to it. It comes down to it, right? I mean, there's like whole histories of like discriminations and all kinds of racism and various things, and that's gone on for years, and even to this day, that doesn't, I mean, maybe doesn't exist in the same way it did 50, 60 years ago, but maybe it exists in other ways. So it's like, yeah, I mean, primarily you see things from your experience, and you see things from, and you know of the people around you. And I know, when I was a kid, like the area that I grew up in, it was mostly black people in the area, right? Mostly Jamaican immigrants and African nation immigrants, like Nigerian mostly. There were some white people, there were some, Asian people. But yeah, it was mostly black, African, or Jamaican, right? And because of that's your experience. So you see life like that, and you know about other people and their things. So yeah, it could be very easy to kind of feel like, certain people don't struggle, or certain other people don't struggle, when the truth is that, yeah, there are people that don't, and there is a racial element to it all. But I think there is definitely I think there's a discredit or a mistake. I don't know what the right way to describe it is, but I don't think it's a good idea to assume because a person is white, that means they've never struggled. And I think that tends to happen more often. Now, I think it's fair to say that a white person might not have struggled in the same way that a black person has struggled, right? Even if they are in similar areas, because again, there is that racial element to everything. But to assume that somebody just had it easy their whole life because they're white, I feel like you're kind of making a dangerous assumption there, because it kind of it's somewhat allows you in your mind to treat people differently. You know, I think a lot of times we do these things, it's a way of either dehumanizing people or a way of putting people in a certain box. That means we don't have to treat them with a particular respect or a particular dignity, you know. Woo! I'm Castor Troy. Over there on your side, Asian, the Indians, Pakistanis, Desi, Bangladeshi, Arab, etc. communities. Here in the US, Asians are Japanese, Thai, Korean, Chinese, Vietnamese, etc. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's true. So I mean, we do. Yeah, I mean, we do say Asian as to refer to, you know, say Chinese and Japanese as well. That you can say that, but yeah, typically speaking, if I say Asian, if someone from Britain says Asian, they probably mean, yeah, Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Indian, you know, that kind of region. Like Brown in the UK are the some of the sums I'd put in comments, and Brown here in the States. Okay, right, yeah. Yeah, I think when you say brown people, I think you mean, yeah, like Latinos, Mexicans. We say brown, we're typically talking about yeah, people from India or Pakistan. So if I ask it, I'm just generally interested. Nah, so good. So good. I mean, I don't know if I have the right answers, but I'll try and answer as best as I can. So good. Hopefully it helps to some degree, and if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. If I'm wrong about anything I've said, I apologize. I'm not trying to intentionally mislead, but if I've said anything wrong, I'm sorry. Yeah, some of the communities I put in comments been saying, so good, I gotcha. I gotcha. I talked about people who say mental health is a white person problem. That's just offensive to everyone dealing with mental illness. Yeah, that's probably a more common opinion than a lot of us may realize. I think especially when talking about sort of older generations, because it's kind of seen as that thing that, you know, white folk do, you know, white people do, like, you know, therapy and counseling. No, that's a white people thing, you know. And that comes from, I mean, I guess it comes from a lot of things, really. I mean, you go back far enough, you're looking at things like mistrust or stuff like that, you know, medical professionals not always being favorable towards black people, you know, things like that. So yeah, there's like a history behind it, but at the same time, that doesn't justify it, or it doesn't mean that it's okay to just say things that aren't true, you know. So yeah, that it comes from something, but it effectively means that now it's difficult to talk about things like mental health in a lot of um a lot of black families. In fact, I'll say probably a lot of the immigrant families, I'd imagine as well. Not to speak on anybody else's behalf, but my guess would be it'd be similar for a lot of immigrant families, where it's just difficult to talk about, you know, mental health, or, you know, needing or wanting to do therapy and that sort of thing. Because, you know, more time it's like, especially if you grow up where you don't necessarily have a lot of choices, or at least in your mind you feel like you don't have a lot of choices, you know, a lot of times it's like you put your mental health aside because you got to work. You know what I mean? Like you don't take time off to have me time. You don't do that. You got to work. You got bills to pay. You got kids to feed. You got, you know, families to take care of. You got this to do, that to do. You don't take time off. So a lot of times you just power through it. And, you know, a lot of like older generation, that's what they did. Like they just powered through it. Now, on one side, that sounds okay, great. You just power through it. The downside is that it often means that you aren't necessarily the best you can be to the people around you, you know, because all of that has to go somewhere. Yeah, all that things you go through has to go somewhere, right? And if it's not coming out in any kind of constructive way, where does it go? It might come out in, you know, violence towards your family, or neglect, or all kinds of other things. You know what I mean? So as much as it sounds like, oh yeah, there were manly men and it just powered through it, that's like one side of the story. The other side is, where did that go? And yeah, you know, a lot of us grew up and felt, you know, where that went. So yeah. Don't be sorry for your own opinions. I appreciate you, Sam. Well, he just gave himself away too early, didn't he? It's not over yet. For all you know, the dude just lied to him. One for an argument. That meant it's a white people's problem. Those same people say white people don't struggle. Well, there you go. There you go. Can't have it both ways. Everybody struggles with something. We don't all struggle with the same things, right? But we all struggle with something. As we're leading the groups, fills up the jails over there in England, but there's not a lot of them in jails over here. It's horrific. Yeah, I don't know actually. I don't know what the racial population in the jails in the UK are. I think let's see. All right, so in 2020, so a couple of years ago, 73%, 70% were white, 13% black, 8% Asian, 5% mixed, and 1% from other ethnic groups. So no, it's not Middle Easterns that fill up the jails. It's not. It be the white folk. It kind of sucks though. They talk about black men being their strong man. So when they are struggling, where do they turn? It's a big burden to carry. Maybe not in mass, but they're in jails. I'm sure some of them are, but maybe not as big as not big as popularity suggested. It seems, but hey. But yeah, I mean, I saw a lady on TikTok, she's on YouTube as well, talking about that sort of thing, just saying, "I'm weak. Stop calling me strong black woman. I'm weak. I need help." And it was done as like a comedy, you know, tongue in cheek, funny sort of way of doing it. But I mean, she wasn't wrong. You know, when you keep referring to somebody as strong, independent, it kind of creates this impression of that they don't need any help. They're fine. They got it. And it's like, well, actually, I could use some help. So sometimes things said that are meant or intended to be like compliments and uplifting, but when they're said too much, it could also be damaging. So it's like, in the end, you're just going to be truthful. Sometimes you're strong, sometimes you're not. Castor Troy was a better husband to Eve than Sean Archer was, or Sean Parker, whatever his name was, Sean something. And they are the ninjas of the UK, guessing why they're so fascinated and inspired by American black artists. No, I don't think that's true. I mean, for one thing, I don't think there's enough Middle Easterns over here to qualify for that. The ninjas of the UK are the ninjas. Nah, I don't think that's true. Not that I've seen anyway. I don't think so. This man checking out his daughter's ass. Well, technically it's not his daughter, so still young though, pervert. Yeah. Custer Troy was a better father to Jamie than Sean was. Why didn't we call him Chavs? Yeah, he's pathetic now, huh? You thought he had. Can't stand Chaz. Yay, Chairman! Love Nicolas Cage. Yeah, he's good in this, man. He's good in a lot of things, actually. How you doing, Chairman? Chavs are right. I mean, you know, they do their thing. Don't bother nobody. Well, sometimes. Chaz, I'm putting that one. You definitely haven't been to her. It's ridiculous chin. Nick Cage was also good. Yeah, Gone in 6 Seconds, yeah. That's a good movie, actually. I like that. I ain't seen it for a while, though, still. Yeah, I wasn't been to Peterborough. Chav's alright, you know. But then again, I don't know. I grew up in the ghetto, so maybe I'm just used to certain things anyways. Like, Chavs don't bother me. I'm used to Chavs, Roadman, all that. Skanks. Skets. I'm used to all of that. So no one's gonna ask how Sean Archer just knew the codes to the bomb and defused it last second. Really? Really? Maybe they go in 6 seconds for next movie night. Maybe. Just maybe. Even when I was teen, I saw a gang of chavs across the other side of the road. They abuse the crap out of you. When in a big group, oof. I imagine a lot of that is to do with being a woman, and a lot of them, I guess, were probably dudes. I mean, It's like, I mean, I'm like, what, 6 foot? I'm not like big burly dude, but you know, I'm taller than most. And truth is, a lot of times people see a black guy and assume that, you know, they're, you know, tough and fight and this, that, and the other. Which, I mean, sometimes that stereotype works in my favor, put it that way. So, that stereotype works in my favor sometimes. It means people often just leave me alone. But yeah, I guess part of that means that you're less likely to be bothered in certain situations, whereas, you know, being a woman, yeah, that sucks. That sucks. People look at you and people look at you different. Our struggle goes, some were meant to and some weren't, but I don't care anyways. Some were meant to struggle and some weren't. Well, yeah, that's an interesting philosophy. Me like some ish from another hood. Oh, the movie Another Hood. Okay, yeah. Have I seen Another? No, I haven't seen Another Hood, but I guess I've seen similar films, but I don't think I've seen that one specifically. But yeah, men like that. You tell me she couldn't tell that that's not her husband. She could tell. She just like, you know, didn't want to tell. You know what I mean? It's better to struggle though than not. You learn more about yourself that way. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, struggles can build character, that's for sure. But that being said, sometimes the struggle gets a bit much. You know what I mean? Sometimes the struggle gets a bit much. Adam Deacon was in that movie, same guy from Kidulthood and Adulthood. Yeah, Adam Deacon, he was in a few of those movies actually. I think Adam Deacon directed Another Hood. But yeah, he had an issue with I think Noel Clarke. And now Noel Clarke seems to have an issue with a lot of people, so Well, that's not a plan. He just got lucky. Whenever you make time start lifting, working, you'll have the height and body. I'll have the height and body. Okay, I mean, all right. Don't get too much, and you wish you had it easier sometimes. Yeah, I mean, it's a double-edged sword, like a lot of things, isn't it? It's like the struggle can build character, but yeah, it can feel a bit much. But I think the truth is that, like with anything, you just find ways to keep going. You know, you just find ways to keep going. I mean, if you want something bad enough, you find ways to keep going. I mean, the reality is that there's no such thing as easy. You know, there's no such thing as easy. If it's easy, you're either not doing it right or you should be doing it better. I was with these groups having a connection with American hip hop. I was going off what I've learned and seeing vids. Okay. I mean, hip hop's big in a lot of parts of the world. Arabic rap is a thing, you know. I don't think I would know what to do if. I don't think I would know what to do if I wasn't struggling with something, whether that be money, mental health. I think I would have to make up something up. He's slipping. But yeah, it's I mean, sometimes it feels like that's all you know is struggle, right? Like always something is happening. Like if it's not this, it's something else. If it's not something else, it's something other thing. And you just feel like that's all you know is to be struggling with something. And when the calm comes, it's kind of like, well, this feels weird. why is nothing going wrong? I don't know. This isn't right. Nothing's going wrong. Yeah. I love how the stunt doubles are so much skinnier than the actual actors. Especially the John Travolta stunt doubles. Like, can't lie, the stunt doubles are so much skinnier than the actual actors. And it's like, bruh. Like, when they're jumping off stuff, like, it's so blatant they use stunt doubles. Like, blatant. Right there. That was not Nicolas Cage. I mean, you know they use stunt doubles. I'm not even saying that. You know they use stunt doubles. They should use stunt doubles. You get someone who knows what they're doing. I'm not saying that. It's just that they're so blatantly stunt doubles is what I'm saying. It's like, it's so... Ugh. They're just going to let him get away, though, because he jumped in the ocean. Super secret prison. They're just going to be like, oh, well, he's on the ocean now. Let's just go away. Wow, Subway boy killed over too much. Oh, I heard about that. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Like, mate, there's like one person was killed, one person was injured. Is what I heard over an argument with a customer because there's too much mayo. I was like, that's so bad. All right, mate. Yeah, man. Crazy world. Oof. I think it was around this area when the Popeyes chicken came out a few years ago. There are some fatalities behind that too. I can't say anything, just no. Well, I don't know if it's that, but hey. Crazy times we living in, man. I've had M&M's and Snoop Dogg's new track called D to the LBC. Yeah, I had a little bit of it actually. I haven't heard the whole thing actually. But yeah, I saw they released it and posted it on like their socials and whatnot. But I haven't really kind of listened to it. But Eminem's put out a couple of tracks recently. I know he's got the King and I for the Elvis movie. And this one is just did with Snoop Dogg. I mean, he would know, so. So that was a shoot. And a family hayride somewhere in the area. Nothing new around here. Yeah, I don't know. Well, at some point I've been in Slipknot mode. What if you're 555 to the 666? Yeah, it's bare shootings, man. Walk one. Maybe some Slipknot, so I'll check him out. I wouldn't mind to see Elvis movie though. Might be a good watch. Yeah, it's by Baz Luhrmann. He's done some decent movies in the past, so yeah, could be. It's got Tom Hanks in it. Face off. Anyways. Ugh. No more drugs for that man. No more drugs for that man. Yeah, he's paranoid. Corsair. Yeah. Yeah. Cyrus the Virus. Yeah, Nick Cage's been in loads of movies. ask? I never know. At the top of my head. So my faves. People equal shit. Spit it out. Snuff. Nero Forte. Solo Way Firth. Million Part 1 and 2. Other than that, all of them. Yeah, there's a lot of choice when it comes to Slipknot, that's for sure. They've been around for 25 years or more at this point. Protection. And nobody's thinking, Dad's acting a bit weird. Like, really weird. It's not any can be your favorite. It just depends on what mood you're in. Yeah, they got the hard rock stuff. Oh, they got the hard rock stuff. They got the more softer stuff. They got the drum and bass kind of inspired stuff. There's a lot of range. People never say buying these movies. They just put the phone down. So I did spit it out. Spit it out. And now he knows. It's not one of those for me where I go ages without listening to them. Then for a little while they will be all I listen to. So when it comes on the shuffle play, like So that's the same kid, though, isn't it? They just got the same kid. Now, why does Sean Archer and Castor Troy have the same looking kid? You're not going to ask who Michael is? Oh, this is pretty cool, actually. They put the headphones on the kid, and it plays like the classical music while all the action's going on. Okay, it wasn't classical music, but still, it was soft music. You know, that kid will get pieces when he's older. Yeah. Shielding from all the shooting. The cops are trying to kill him, but he can't kill the cops. Castor Troy's telling him not to shoot, so he didn't really? Really? You can ask them. I'll check. Yeah, it's a bit though. Got a soft over the rainbow music playing and all the action and the death going on. It's just a kind of cool juxtaposition of everything. As Brendan falling off his bike was beautiful. Just wish it was off a cliff, but oh well. Oh, come on, that's not nice. I mean, yeah, I think it's somewhat clear that this guy's not fit to lead. But, yeah. I ain't trying to wish death on nobody. I mean, he dude's what, 80 years old? It's about to get real now. Oh, we done 3 sip nut. Chop it down, rag, spit it out, and no life. They're only 3 hours. That's them. It goes to show that not everyone is all the way evil. Brother did some really messed up stuff, but he protected those he loved. Yeah, and he got away with that bullet, although that was probably more of an accident. Mean but funny. Yeah, dude just kissed his own sister though. That's odd. That's weird. But when he talked about how he looked like he banged his own mother, I was like, yeah, I guess that's how he knows. Say what you mean and mean what you say. Yeah, this bit as well, like how in the mirror they both see the person they want to kill. I'm just saying, man, this movie's got some brilliance to it. Also got some dumbness, but it's got some brilliance to it. Uh-oh. Little brother. Little brother Troy. Oosh. Spare that Brax. He should don't follow the crowd. Oof, right in the head. I've been hey, oh man, it's aimed for everybody. Well, some might say it ain't for anybody, but hey, I ain't here to judge. Trying to carry hate. Takes too much energy. Hate in your heart will consume you too. Style that one out. Yeah, hate's a heavy burden. And it does nothing for the people you hate, but it does a lot to you. The Darkhold exacts a heavy toll on its reader. So sorry, despise mofos. I don't do crowds that much. But not at all? So I guess you don't go to concerts all too much and things like that. To be honest, I don't go to concerts all that much either, but I like to go to a few more. Faith. I had this thing with deserves my hate because she did messed up stuff, but I refuse to give her any energy. Yeah. Indeed. Sometimes it's just understand it's like the past, it's happened. As much as it might not have always gone your way, or things have been horrible and bad things have happened, it's like you're here now. What do you do with this moment? And what do you do with each moment that benefits you, at least hopefully brings you closer to a better place? you know, because all we really have in the end is this moment right now, and then it's gone. And you use that energy on negative things. Frozen G in the place to be. What up, Frozen? How you doing? Appreciate you coming through. I don't know, that pen looks a bit thick to not, you know, wake him up or something. Like, no, a really thin needle won't feel much, but that did not look like a really thin needle. I watched Man vs. Okay, how was that? I wouldn't piss enough she was on fire, but I don't hate. She crossed the line when she said to Sophie it was that bad. I've stopped all contact with Elliot for a while. Yeah. Like Batman says, I don't have to kill you, but I don't have to save your life either. I guess it's like that. I'm not going to kill you. I'm just not going to save your life either. I can't remember the exact quote, but it was something like that. It was good, but not better than Mr. Bean. I mean, I think Rowan Atkinson at this point, because I thought it was a Mr. Bean show when I first saw it. You know, I thought it was a Mr. Bean show, but it is not. He plays a different character. But yeah, I mean, at this point, Rowan Atkinson, I guess Mr. Bean is by far his most popular character. And he did it well. He did Mr. Bean many years, and he did it well. So, yeah. But, you know, Johnny English is kind of up there too. So, he's got a few ones. He's a great actor, yeah. This guy's a cop. He's rolling up 2 men deep like a gangster. Like, come on now. Yeah. Figured it might be best to not read that one out loud, by the way. But yeah, that is horrible to say. To a child, you know, or well, shouldn't say it to anybody, but especially a child. Gets a backhand for that. Nick Cage. That's his real name, you know. His name is actually Nicolas Cage. That's a cool name to have. Actually, no, I'm wrong. It's not his real name. His real name is Nicholas Kim Coppola. Oh well. Still, Nick Cage is a cool name. Oh, I want to piss on her. She was on fire, but I refused to hate because it means giving energy to it. I mean, to be honest, if somebody was on fire, it probably best you don't piss on them. I mean, especially like for a dude, you know, you have to get your thing out, right? And you're just gonna burn yourself, and that's no good. And for a woman, you kind of have to squat over the person on fire to piss on them, and you're just gonna burn your whole self up. So it's like that's no good, really. So yeah, don't piss on people when they're on fire. I feel like that shouldn't even be a thing. If somebody's on fire, definitely don't piss on them. I don't think it goes well, man or woman. Probably, I'm thinking, yeah, definitely worse for women. I don't think it goes well. I think you do some damage if you try to piss on someone. Do some serious self damage if you try to piss on someone when they're on fire. Let it burn. Usually, exactly. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn. Doves. John Woo. Got a thing about doves. You ever see a John Woo film and no doves? It's not a John Woo film. It's always doves in a John Woo movie. Yeah, it's fair enough. I'm just saying what the mofos are deeply thinking or wishing on you. So here's the thing about that sort of stuff, though, is that what people think of you ultimately is none of your business, you know? Right, because people are going to think what they think. They're going to feel how they feel. There's nothing you can do about that. Now, that being said, if all it is the way they think or is the way they feel, and that's how it stays, then cool. But some people feel the need to let you know what they think of you all day, every day, and thus make it your business. Then we have a problem. Everybody's got guns. Standoff. Those are Rex. They might not be thinking what you think they are. They might just be thinking about food. Yeah, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. You know, that's actually true, though. Like, there was this place I used to work. In fact, it's a school, actually, that I was talking about earlier. And there was one lady there that I just got the impression that she didn't like me very much. I'm not sure why. It's not something she said or did. She just gave off that vibe that she didn't like me very much, right? I never said anything about it. I just got that vibe from her. I just got that feeling from her that this is someone that doesn't like me very much. Kind of an arsehole kind of vibe, you know? But then one day out the blue, she just gives me like a whole box of like chocolates, like the good ones as well. Not like the cheap chocolates, like the good, proper chocolates. Just give me a whole box just because. And I was kind of like, oh, okay, thank you. You know, all this time I thought this, and turns out she was thinking about food. So, yeah, that's it. That is very true. So what's inside? Can't read minds. I'm not around someone 24/7. I'm like, keep your distance still. On the same note, if someone hates you, don't care for you, etc., I like them to be real about it. Well, that's preferential, isn't it? Just so you know where you stand. Like being a clansman, white supremacist, or whatever. I want them to be real with it, like Richard Spencer and Jared Taylor. I'm guessing those are clan members. I don't know those names though. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's always preferential if people are honest about certain things, but the reality is not everybody's going to be honest. Some people are going to hate you and lie to your face. Some people are going to like you. And, well, I guess they shouldn't be lying to your face if they like you. But yeah, it's like there's just nothing you can do about how people behave or how people treat you. Well, I mean, you don't have to accept certain treatments. I'm not saying that. Like if someone's treating you badly, I'm not saying accept it. Let me be clear. I'm not saying accept bullshit from people. No, don't do that. Don't accept it. But yeah, in terms of how people feel about you, how people talk to you, or how people say, like, whether they tell lies or they're honest, there's not really a whole lot you can do about that sort of thing. I just hope they choke on theirs and no one is around them. I think one of the most blatant stunt double bits is coming up, actually. Like, it's so blatant, I spotted it first time I saw this movie in the cinema. Oh, Fire! Fire! Here we go, here we go. Yeah, look at when they fly out the boat. Oh, wait, is it this bit? Was it? Oh, no, it's not this bit. My bad, my bad. It's coming up still. There's a bit when they crash into something and they both go flying out of the boat. I mean, there's a blatant stunt double bit there too, but there's another bit that I've meant that was even more blatant than that. Ready. Ready for the midnight, baby. Oof, that's gotta hurt. it's like that. How that lady acted towards you on your job is why I always raise my eyebrows at mofos, and to do others how they do you. If that was a guy, that would have been handled different. Yeah, but here's the thing though. I got the impression that she didn't like me. She didn't do anything bad. Like, she didn't say anything bad to me or treat me any bad. I was just the impression. Like, you know, sometimes you get a vibe from somebody that they don't like you or whatever. So it wasn't anything that she done. It was just that's the feeling that I got from her. So if I'd have handled that like, oh, she don't like me, that I'm going to be rude to her, or I'm going to cuss her out, or I'm going to treat her this, that, and the other, I would not have gotten those chocolates. You know? It's like I just had a feeling that she didn't like me. I don't have proof that she didn't like me. I just had a feeling that she didn't like me. And it felt like that for a while, just in the way... Like I say, not necessarily that she wasn't rude. It's just sometimes you get a vibe. Here it is, by the way. Blatant stunt doubles right there. Blatant stunt doubles right there. Like, not even close to the actors. Like, come on. Come on, you can do better than that. But yeah, it's just the feeling that I got from her, like, just from how she spoke. But it wasn't that she was being rude or treating me any bad, any different way. It was just that was the feeling that I got from her. But had I said something, had I like confronted her and been like, "Hey, why are you saying this?" Would not have gotten those chocolates. So yeah. Sometimes you just gotta let things go. Be like, you know what? I'm getting a feeling from her, but how she feels about me ultimately is none of my business. So why bring it up until she actually says something that's clearly rude or does something that's clearly off, then it's like, yeah, why create a problem when one does not exist, you know? Just let it go. It's like, hey. Because I could have been right, and maybe she didn't like me and thought I was or whatever, but since she hadn't said anything or done anything, then it's like, there's no problem. How she feels about me is none of my business. Time you look in the mirror, you'll see my face. Some people are just that way, though. How they seem and how they are. Two different things. Yeah, it's like that sometimes. Just because you feel a certain thing doesn't mean that is what is happening. It's just that's how you feel. And until something actually happens, it's like, why make an issue out of it? I mean, I'm not saying ignore your feelings, because I mean, you feel a certain way for a reason, right? So I'm not saying ignore your feelings, but until that person actually does something, then it's like, why bring it up? Why confront an issue that doesn't exist? Oh, now they know. Richard Spencer and Jared Taylor are some well-known white supremacist ideology. Okay. I ain't never heard of them, but hey, I'm not following those kind of blogs. She's kissing the enemy still, though. Still didn't check the pulse, by the way. I'm just saying, he still didn't check the pulse. He's gonna think about his son now. Even with mass shootings, it's F the shooter and the ones who gets hit too, because a lot of them might have had it coming already. That's my view. F the shooters and the ones who get hit too. Dude, I mean, some of those victims are kids though. Like, come on, like that one, what, a few weeks back or maybe a month or so back, it was like 40, was it 12-year-olds or something? I don't know how old they were. They were all like young kids. In fact, a lot of them are kids because a lot of them happen in schools. So it's like, it's about like teenagers. Yeah, I mean, people who like ain't even old enough to have gone through puberty yet. My children best for bigger kids like 16 and up. The ones who are borderline grown, I could care less. Yeesh. Nah. It don't matter how old they are. You know, young, old, middle-aged. Like, that don't make it okay. That don't make it okay at all. Well, that's the end of the movie. That's the end of... There we go. That's the end of... What's this film called again? Face Off. That's it. That's the end of Face Off. I've not seen this movie for a long-ass time. It was cool to watch it again. Appreciate you guys coming through to watch Face Off, the old 1997 classic. I want to talk about this movie. I want to talk a little bit about what we just watched and maybe a few other things too. But before I do, one of the perks of starting the stream earlier than usual is that I don't have to be in such a rush to get off the internet. But let me take a quick break. Let me go do some things. Be back in about 5-ish minutes. But people don't care for the shooters because they can't get past the crime. People tend to think of emotion. People don't care for the shooters because they can't get past the crime. People tend to think of emotion. He needs to pee. Yeah, I mean the shooters themselves, I mean, a lot of them, maybe even all of them, have all kinds of mental issues and stuff like that, which definitely is something that needs to be addressed and talked about and taken seriously. But yeah, I mean, I would say that in my immediate sort of sympathy is more towards like the families and of the victims and people getting shot, like the people who are left behind, because they're the ones that are really having to deal with it. But yeah, let me go take care of some things and we could talk about Face Off and peeing, I guess. We can talk about that. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, I is back, y'all. I is back. Okay, let's cool. Here we go. There we go. Let's just adjust this real quick. All right, so yeah, that was that was Face Off. That was Face Off. We took his face off. Oh, by the way, I'm just seeing now. By the way, we mentioned Gone in 60 Seconds earlier. Gone in 60 Seconds is available on Disney Plus. I am seeing it in the listed movies here. So let me add that to my list. And Con is here as well. So let me add that to my list too. And so is Speed. Let me add a bunch of stuff to my list actually, because The Rock is here. Speed 2 Cruise Control. The thing about adding stuff to your watch later list is that almost certainly ends up being stuff you don't watch later. You know what I mean? Like, you just end up, I don't know about you, but I end up adding stuff to my list and it's like, bruh, I just forget about it. So, but yeah, there's a lot. Disney Plus is, boy, there's a loads of stuff on Disney Plus, man. The Rock, Air Force One, oh, some of the old classics, man. Damn, Armageddon, you know what? I've added enough to my list. Going to see 6 on DVD. Do you still watch DVDs, Alan? I've not watched a DVD for a long time. I was saying earlier that the convenience of watching stuff online, it trumps looking for my DVD collection, you know. So I find that I would always, if I want to watch a movie, even though I know I have it on DVD or Blu-ray or whatever, I would still look for it on one of the streaming services. And there's times where I've even bought a film again through like Amazon or whatever, so I can watch it through a streaming service rather than go for my DVD, because the convenience of streaming stuff, mate, it trumps it for me. It really does. Like, I don't know if I'd ever go back to DVDs at this point. I'll never say never. Never say never, but I'm not sure that I'm going back to DVDs because the convenience of streaming is just so much better for me. But yeah, so Face Off, I was saying earlier that Face Off is actually a pretty, you still watch DVDs, okay, cool. Yeah, I was saying earlier that Face Off is actually a pretty important movie for me because it's the first movie that I saw in a cinema that is rated certificate 18. So there's a big deal for that. Also, it being a John Woo movie. I don't think it was the first John Woo movie I saw at the cinema. I think that might have been, I'm pretty sure that was Broken Arrow. I saw that at the cinema. But John Woo, he did a film called Hard Boiled, which was the film that really got me into movies. Like, you know, like everybody watches movies, right? Everybody has their favorite films and they watch movies from time to time. But there was a point where you go from watching a movie just because to really having that mindset of being a fan of films, you know, a fan of, you know, cinema and movie making. And it was a John Woo film called Hard Boiled. That was the first film that I saw where I really kind of felt like this put me in that mindset of looking at films on a deeper level. So yeah, John Woo is one of my favorite directors and he's done amazing work over the years. And then, yeah, with Face Off, directed by John Woo, starring Nicolas Cage and John Travolta, watching it in a cinema way back in the day, probably I guess 97 when it came out, 90, whatever it came out in the UK, 97, 98. I remember it being a pretty cool experience. Of course, it was such a long time ago, I don't remember specifics, but yeah, it's an important film in my movie history. But watching it again, I guess after doing the movie reviews that I do, where I trash a bunch of movies, I guess I tend to look at films with a different kind of eye now, starting to spot some things. So yeah, who knows? Maybe one day we'll see why Face Off is trash Face Off is trash video or not on the movie channel. We just might. I'm working on Fast and Furious right now, by the way, for why the Fast and Furious is trash. This first Fast and Furious movie, to be specific, because they've all got very similar titles. But yeah, that's the next one that I'm working on. Still buy DVDs, okay, from a charity shop for £1. Okay. I've not bought a DVD for the longest time, man. I think the last time I bought a DVD was probably, it's got to be years ago. Wait a minute, wait. Yeah, it's got to be like years ago. It's got to be many, many years ago. Like, I'm not even sure. At least 5 years. At least. Maybe even more than that, you know. You know what's funny? Horror is my favorite genre, but I don't my favorite movies for. I have my favorite movies that fall into the drama genre. You know, I'm not sure that's. I mean, I get it. It's kind of like when you watch loads of a certain type of film, but then your favorite movie actually fits into something completely different. But I feel like that's probably more common than people realize. You know, although you might watch mostly horror movies, like your favorite films might fall into a different category. Like I know for myself personally, like I probably mostly watched like action sci-fi type movies, right? Especially a lot of the comic book movies. But my favorite film is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, you know, which, I mean, I guess it's not super unrelated, but, you know, not quite an action sci-fi. And by the way, that's Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, not Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory is from 1977. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory was the Johnny Depp remake. So, yeah, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Willy Wonka is a maniac. It's a menace. It's a psycho. And I love it. My favorites are One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Shawshank, and Green Mile. Okay. I've not seen One Flew Over. I keep hearing that's an amazing film. I've never seen it. Damn. I should watch that, but yeah, Shawshank, I really actually I probably didn't like Shawshank as much as most people, but yeah, I still liked it. And Green Mile with the mouse. He's my best friend, boss. Something like that anyway. This is Henry. I can't remember the mouse's name. Was it Henry? Maybe. What about yourself, Alan and Brax? What are your favorite movies? If indeed you have favorite movies. Ba, 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 ba. Let me hold this over here actually. Maybe I should sound better on the microphone if I hold it right in front of me. Hopefully I don't get too much pops though. Pop, 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 pop. Plosives. Plosives. Maybe too much of that. Say what? I was just saying, what's your favorite movie? We got a few from Sam. So for Brax, Alan, and anybody else in the chat for that matter, actually, what are your favorite movies? Movie or movies? One for the Cuckoo's Nest is amazing. Get it. Watched. Don't mean to be pushy. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I should have watched that. That's Jack Nicholson is what I want to say. Jack Nicholson and the dude from Back to the Future. Doctor something. Doc. No. Doc. Was it just Doc? No, what was his last name? Doc something. Doc Brown, that was it. Doc Brown. The Departed is also okay. My favorite movies are Scarface, the first movie, Friday with Chris Tucker and Ice Cube. When you say Scarface, I'm assuming you mean the 1980s Scarface, or do you mean the one from the 1930s? They're both good, by the way. Say hello to my little friend. The Departed, yeah, I've seen that. That's a good movie. That is a remake of a is that a Korean film? No, a Chinese film. I can't remember which country it's from, but it's a remake of a film called Infernal Affairs. So yeah, if you like Departed, that could be a film to check out. Infernal Affairs. Infernal, by the way, not internal. I don't know why they call it that, but yeah, it's Infernal Affairs. It's like 3 of them. 3 Infernal Affairs, 3 movies in the Infernal Affairs series, like 1, 2, and 3. But that's based on the first one. The Departed is based on the first one. '83 Al Pacino, cool. But there's so many twists and turns. It was edge of your seat stuff. The way it ended, though, like you say, like twists and turns, like the way just people just offed. Or let me not say too much in case nobody's seen it. Some people ain't seen it, but yeah, there was just like, just when you think it's about to be over, nope, 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 nope. Yeah, that was DiCaprio and Matt Damon. That Jack Nicholson's in that as well, actually. But yeah, if you've not seen the original Scarface from the 1930s, I definitely recommend that. That's actually what the '83 Scarface is based on. So Scarface is actually the 1983 Scarface. I don't know how many people know this, but it's actually a remake of the 1930s movie Scarface. Not a direct remake. Like they definitely do things differently in the '83 version. But yeah, it's pretty much a remake of a 1930s film called Scarface. Both great films, and yeah, if you liked the Al Pacino '83 Scarface, I'd say definitely check out the original from the 1930s. I think it's the 1930s. Let's see real quick. Scarface. 1932, black and white movie from 1932. But yeah, if you liked the '83 version, check out the 1932 version. Mars Attacks, okay. The Fifth Element, Train to Busan, Truck Turner, The Return of the Living Dead, '85, Commando, okay, yeah. Don't Be a Menace, yeah. Independence Day, '96, Volcano, Beetlejuice, The Long Kiss Goodnight, Halloween is in there also. Can't let horror slide down. Oh, for sure. Halloween's a classic. I have a good long ass list in my mind. Definitely some good ones in there. Like Don't Be a Menace. That is such a funny film. That was like Wayans brothers. Like back in the day, it was at Wayans, Sean and Marlon Wayans at their finest. Like that period of time of like '90s up until about 2000s or so. Wayans were just killing it with their movies, like Don't Be a Menace. What else? White Chicks was hilarious. Scary Movie, the first Scary Movie. Yeah, they were killing it back then. They really were killing it. That kind of '90s to 2000s sort of period, they were killing it. But yeah, I've definitely got a few favorites. But if I had to pick one, it'd be Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Just to pick one. It's not. I don't even know if it's the best movie I've ever seen. In fact, I'm sure it isn't. But it's just my favorite movie, just on a personal level, just because like it's a good film, and it's just one of these films where you could watch it as a kid and be so taken by like the songs and the colors and all that sort of stuff, right? And the chocolates and whatever, and the fun facts of it, right? But you watch it as an adult and see it on such a different perspective, you know, like it's almost like 2, 3, 4 movies in one, because you can see it in such different ways. And I don't know if that's intended. I'd have to kind of assume that it is. I mean, filmmakers seem to know what they're doing for the most part. But it's definitely like a cool thing to watch that movie as a child, watch it as an adult, and just see it in completely different ways, you know. Oh man. Yeah. Oh man. Got the sniffles. Yeah, this setup ain't too bad actually. I mean, it's not, you know, a few quirks, but overall this setup ain't too bad. Maybe I'll do this a few more times. I just might. I think The Green Mile was the first time I had any idea of racial injustice. I cried watching that and not understanding how people could be that way. That's one of the amazing things about film, well, art really in general, that how it could just open your minds to so many different aspects and parts of the world that we might not know about or know much about, you know, or maybe heard of it but hadn't really thought about it, and just things that go on that films can like introduce you to, that, you know, maybe change your perspective on things, change the way you think about things, change the way you see the world. And yeah, art can do a lot, man. It really can. It really does so much. Oh man, excuse me. Yeah. Okay, so we've got a movie that made Sam cry. Fellas, what movies have made you cry? Rax, Alan, what movie got you in your feelings? Let me try to think of one. You know what? There was a film that I saw. When it came out last year, maybe earlier this year. Actually, it might have been this year. No, it came out earlier this year. It's called The Adam Project. It's on Netflix. It's a Netflix movie, and it's got Ryan Reynolds and Mark Ruffalo in the film. And I won't give away too much of the spoilers and stuff like that, because you know you might have seen it and don't want to spoil it for you, because it's definitely worth watching. It's an action sci-fi movie, so you know, right up my street, right? But there's just a part in that film. There's a scene in that film in particular, and I ain't gonna say what it is, because again, if you haven't seen it, it's a massive spoiler. But there's a scene in this film that when I watched it, it was very much like, I feel like there's a lot of men out there, a lot of adult men out there, myself included, that needed to hear that from their fathers, you know. And if you watch the film, I think you'll know what I'm talking about when you see it. But it wasn't just that it was being said, it was just how it was being said. And yeah, that kind of got me, like, you know. And especially, like, you know, my dad died a couple of years ago, so seeing that and thinking about the relationship I had with my dad, and it was yeah, that definitely got me in there. Yeah. need to get Netflix again. Yeah, you seem to be like in and out with Netflix. I think it's like get it 1 month, cancel it the next month. Hey, why not though? I mean, you got to do what works for you. But yeah, if you do get Netflix again, then yeah, the Adam Project is highly recommended. In some ways, I still have the same mindset. I just see people, of course, we see, color it, but it's not important. Yeah, I mean, I think it's like one of these things that, I mean, I don't want to say it's not important because I'm not sure I can describe it that way. But yeah, I think I know what you mean by that, because it shouldn't be important, right? It shouldn't be this thing that we set barriers for. You know, it shouldn't be this thing that we hold up and let it divide us, because there's so much division already that we should be trying to get past. But I think the unfortunate truth is that, yeah, it's there, you know, and as much as, you know, we try to, you know, look past it and not let it be this thing, there's always somebody that reminds you, right? You know, so it's yeah, it becomes like it becomes exhausting after a while, because it shouldn't be there. It shouldn't be there at all. Like, that it should never have been there in the first place. You know, we are different in the way we look and the way we think and the way we feel about things, and it's our differences that should be bringing us together. So these things never should have been a barrier. It never should have been this issue. But yeah, unfortunately, that wasn't our reality. There's another Resident Evil series coming out on Netflix on July 4th. Okay. Resident Evil. July 4th is very soon, actually. Very, very soon. But you know what's coming on July 1st? Stranger Things Season 4 Part 2. Running up that hill. Man, Stranger Things, this last season has been incredible. Like, it really has. Stranger Things is a good show anyway, but this last season has been incredible. And the part 2 of season 4, which I believe is the final part of Stranger Things ever, is dropping this July 1st. And I'm looking forward to it. The episodes are much longer than normal. I'm okay with that. I have to take my time with it, though. I'm okay with that. But I think when I'm done with it, you know, my plan, at least anyway, is to start it all over again, because the whole thing has just been awesome. It's been so good. It's been so just incredible what they've done. And this last season is just, they've really like nailed it and knocked it out of the park each and every season. They've just, you know, and this current season right now, yeah, they've really, really nailed it. But I think one of the things about this season is that the reason why it's so good is that it builds so much on the previous seasons. I don't think you can just start with season 4 if you have not watched it before. That you can't start. I mean, you can, but you wouldn't get much out of it. I think you really do need to start with season 1 and then go through the episodes up until season 4, and it's just that incredible once you've been through all that. I mean, all the seasons are good. It's not one of these things that only gets good at season. No, it gets good from the beginning, but because it builds up on the previous seasons, by the time you get to season 4, it is just incredible. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this final part of season 4 coming. Yeah, it's a shame to see it go, but if you're gonna go, then you go out on a bang, and I think that's what, well, hopefully that's what you're gonna do. On his birthday is July 2nd, so I'm gonna do something nice for a 69th birthday. Happy birthday, Mrs. Evans. July 2nd. 69. Let me not say nothing. Let me not say nothing. Let me behave myself. I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with how I view people actions do. When you're a kid, you don't see color, that stuff we are responsible for. It's a shame, really. Yeah, it's like you see those like videos of like kids just playing. They ain't even worried about that sort of stuff. It's only when you get older and the kind of society gets in the way of that childhood innocence, that's when all that nonsense starts creeping in, and it gets ingrained so deeply in some people that though some of us try to get past it, others can't. And unfortunately, there's like a respectable number of people who, for one reason or other, either can't get past it or don't want to get past it. Yeah. He was all thinking it. Cool. Cool. I don't need to say nothing. I don't need to say it then. Good. If you're all thinking it, I don't need to say anything. Since I don't do feelings and emotions, so I have no movie to put down. None at all? You must have... I mean, you gotta have some feelings or some emotions. You can't be... You're not a robot, dude. I mean, even hate is a feeling, you know. Malice is a feeling, right? You know, so they're all feelings. They're all emotions on some degree, or some vicinity, or whatever the right word is. I'm probably not using the right word right now, but just pretend I'm using the right word. Pretend I said a smart word right there. Whatever the correct smart word is, pretend I said that. But yeah, even you know, hate is a feeling. You know, apathy is a feeling. Well, apathy is technically the lack of feeling. So yeah, maybe not that. But yeah, I mean, you're not a robot, so. What there's got to be a film out there that made you feel like, yeah, that maybe justifies or that corroborates what I'm thinking already, or that kind of speaks to me on a level. Well, I mean, I guess there don't got to be a film like that, but that's what I mean. It doesn't have to be something that made you cry, I suppose, but something that maybe just spoke to you on a deep level. His best friend is a black girl. They have been best friends since nursery. Never once has all he said about their differences. Their innocence is beautiful. Awesome. Awesome. Hopefully it can stay like that for as long as possible. But yeah, when you see like how kids are with each other, and it just kind of lets you know how things could be. You know, that's one of the reasons why I believe that children are far more intelligent than adults. Like, there's a difference between being intelligent and being knowledgeable, right? And adults, like, we might know stuff, but I don't think we're as intelligent as children. I think children are far more intelligent than we are. You know, maybe there's like a few exceptions here and there in the adults with, you know, people being intelligent and knowledgeable. Maybe just a few exceptions. But I think for the most part, children are really intelligent, but they don't always have the knowledge because they're still learning, right? Whereas adults are really knowledgeable, or maybe not really knowledgeable, but, you know, we're generally knowledgeable of things. We know stuff, but we're not really that intelligent for the most part, you know. So I feel like children see things in such a way that we don't, and because we're, you know, older and we know things and we're this and somewhat arrogant and to some degree, is that we ignore a lot of what children do. And really, I feel like a lot of times we should be looking at what they do and taking notes from what the kids are doing, you know. I don't have one dog, I'm all out. Oh well, maybe there's one to come. Maybe there's a movie you'll see at some point that would get you there. But hey, until then, agree 100%. Yeah, it's one of the things. Like, it's like school, for example. Like, school does not prepare you for the world because you're being taught by adults about a world that doesn't exist anymore. Like, the way you get prepared for the world in school is for the way the world was when those teachers were, you know, when those adults were younger. They're preparing you for that world. That world don't exist anymore. By the time you get out of school, the world's changed. Everything's changed. So it's like, by the time you get out of school, it's like you feel, well, I don't know about you, I guess I'm talking from my own experience, but certainly for myself and a lot of people I know, you just feel so unprepared for things. Like, you think you're prepared for it, right? Because it's all you know from what you've just been learning from school all those years. But when you start stepping out into the world and maybe looking to get jobs or looking to do this and do that, and you just realize how unprepared you are for the world because it's changed so much, you know? You're being prepared for a world that does not exist anymore. The reality is that kids know more about what's going on now than grown-ups do. You know, grown-ups only know what they went through, but that world does not exist anymore. Things aren't that way anymore. But people still so arrogant in the way that they think about things. Like, oh, I know this and I know that and I did this and I did that. And it's like, nah, your world does not exist anymore. Let the kids lead. You know, people talk about, you know, politicians and how nobody should be a politician past a certain age. I 100% agree with that. Nobody should be a politician past a certain age, because there's a point where it's like, you are not representative of the majority of the people when you get past that age. You know, certainly the majority will say working people, you know, and yet you're going to be making decisions on how they supposed to live and go about their day. Come on. I'll put in Suicide Squad. And by the way, I'm not saying that you can't ask for advice from older people. Of course, advice could come from anywhere, you know, but ultimately it's like the kids now, like the 18-year-olds now, the 20-year-olds now, you know, they know more about what this world is right now than, you know, the 30 plus 40-year-olds, you know, 40 and over year olds, you know. We know what it was, right? We know what it was. And we know what well, hopefully we have some idea of what we're doing. Let's be honest, we probably don't have an idea of what we're doing right now, but hopefully at least have some idea. But we know what the world was. What it is now, it's just not the same. But Suicide Squad, though, Holly made a good statement about them. Why bothering saving the world that hates them? Okay, yeah. I remember that statement. Well, I remember it kind of vaguely, but yeah, I know what you mean. And true, I just say what you have to deal with in school prepares you for what's ahead. Yeah, I guess some of it does. Well, I guess it depends on what you went through in school, to be fair. But I feel like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I do think school is important. I think people should go to school because you can still learn things, and it's good to learn things. But in all honesty, I feel like most of what you get out of school that's valuable is not from the classroom. You know, that's how I feel about it. Most of the real valuable lessons you learn in school doesn't come from the classroom. But hey. School's out forever. Boom, boom. there's definitely always lessons to learn along the way. But I think the most important, well, not the most important thing, but one of the important things is to be prepared to adapt. Be prepared to be wrong, you know, as you make your way through the world. Where you think something might be completely off. Be prepared to be wrong. Be prepared to make mistakes. And be prepared to keep going. Figure things out as you go along. It's pretty much what we all do, really, isn't it? Just figure things out as we go along. At least we try to. Well, some of us try. I'm not sure we're all trying to figure things out. I think some people just repeat stuff they heard on the TV or whatever, or repeat something that they heard somebody else say. They don't really know what they're saying. But hey, that's a whole nother thing. The Color of Friendship. Okay, I don't believe I know that movie. The Color of Friendship. I don't believe I know that movie at all. Color of Friendship, 2000. Lindsay Horn, Shadia Simmons, Penny Johnson. Drama family, an hour 27 minutes long. This movie's from 2000. You call it an old movie, mate. I mean, I guess technically, yeah, it is an old movie. It's just, I guess I'm still in that mind frame a little bit. It's hard to think of films from 2000 as old movie, but yeah, no, that is retro at this point. 2000 is a retro film at this point. That is, but yeah. That is an old ass movie at this point. But yeah, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I just remember when the year 2000 was the future. I was supposed to have like hoverboards and I don't know, like time machines or whatever, and all kinds of crazy stuff. It was supposed to be like the Jetsons. Not quite though, not quite, but hey. Such is life. That's why Rosewood, that racist dad didn't want his son being friends with the black boy on it. I think that was the character's name. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember the name, but yeah, I know the bit you're talking about. You can't be friends with those people, something like that was saying. Remember when Total Recall was set in the future? Yeah. Well, yeah, it was Total Recall set in actually. Damn, let me check real quick. It's probably like 1992 or something, whatever. Let me see. Which year was Total Recall set? Okay, set in 2084. Okay, so that's still the future. It's set in 2084. We're not quite there yet, but yeah. So people thought 1997, 2017, and 2020 would be futuristic. You know what? Escape from New York, I think that was set in 1998, wasn't it? I think Escape from, yeah, 1997. And that was like an 80s movie. It was set in the far distant future of 1997. Where New York was like a giant prison. I mean, to be fair, they weren't wrong. So they weren't wrong. A little bit, not exactly like that, but you know, not far off. Not far off. So actually, Total Recall, Michael Ironside did the voice for Sam Fisher. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Michael Ironside. He was also in the fourth Karate Kid movie with Hilary Swank. Starship Troopers was set in the future. Oh, was it? I remember Starship Troopers. I remember watching that film back when it came out, I think, actually. That's a film by Paul Verhoeven, who also directed the first RoboCop movie. Well, I actually that movie for ages though, Starship Troopers. It was a good film though. It was pretty violent, which is cool. Starship Troopers is a good movie. I will not have a bad word said about it. Well, maybe I'll add it to my list of films to trash later. In a comedy drama movie, Crazy in Alabama, two white boys and that one black boy were friends in the midst of what was going on in the town and country. Black man, white man, no stand. Live in the past, we make it last. Hated mass. No solution, my pollution, revolution. So low behold my eyes. This land of fools will rise. You're no good. For no one. You're no good. For no one. In the States, have a problem with race who they're going to pass birth fires. From an evolution, we'd be killing each other. Couldn't imagine having down to science. No chance, not for a minute, not for a second. I won't be defenses. I'll straight out. With my opinion, you never listen to a man who knows what he's saying. I see the signs. You never lie for the look at the roof and inferior. Be superior, and now you're interior. Race, pride, prejudice. Black man, white man, no stand. Live in the past, we make it last. Hated mass. No solution, mind pollution, revolution. Some of you know what that is. Some of you don't. You change your channel. I just might do that. Change your channel name. YouTube Pantera. Yeah, one of the greatest bands ever, man. Such a shame how it all ended, but hey, such is life. Such is life. Those movies, Highlander. Oh yeah, Highlander. I've seen that. It was a John Singleton movie with Ice Cube and Omar Epps, and Tyra Banks is in that movie as well. I think Michael Rappaport's in that too. Actually, he plays like a shooter or something. American History X. Yeah. That movie is pretty hard hitting, actually. But it's sad how it ended. He's trying to get his brother out, and yeah. Such as life, and every day you get shot on stage. And Regina King, Lawrence Fishburne. What, in highlight? Okay. Yeah. I was thinking more of the fallout though that they had with the band. Before, when they split, I suppose. Guess leading up to the split, like Philip Anselmo and Vinnie Paul, in particular, were having a massive fallout. I don't know if Dimebag Darrell was involved as much with the disagreements and stuff like that, but I know between Vinnie Paul and Philip Anselmo, that was like the main issue. So yeah, when they split, and then Vinny and Diamond went off to form Damage Plan, and yeah, well, then he was shot on stage. Ugh. And then Vinnie Paul had a heart attack like a few years back. Busta Rhymes, that's right. Yeah. I heard a bit of news about Pantera. Oh, and what was that news, pray tell? But yeah, I was just thinking more of the fallout, because their last album was called Reinventing the Steel, and I remember hearing it and feeling like there's something off on this album. And don't get me wrong, it had some decent tracks in it. It wasn't like rubbish, but it did the whole album. This is before I even knew they were having problems, by the way. But I just remember listening to that album a bunch of times and just feeling like it feels off. Something about this album just feels off. And then later on, I started hearing about there were problems within the band, and that's kind of like that's possibly a reason why this album just feels off. Like the music didn't feel it didn't feel like there was as much energy and passion in a lot of the songs, And then it just turned out their last album they put out as a band. The last album they put out, Reinventing Still, it's just it was a lackluster album. And then and then Diamond was shot by a crazed fan. Well, fan, right? Didn't matter, break up. Oh, they broke up like it would have been 2001 they broke up. It was a long time ago now. American History X is one of those films where you want to hate the main character, but you feel for him at the same time. I mean, kind of yes, kind of no. From what I remember of that film, he was very unlikable throughout most of the movie. And it's only kind of towards the end where he becomes a bit more redeemed. To be honest, I have not seen that film for a while, so I might be misremembering it. But from what I remember, I don't remember any particular sympathy towards him. Not in the beginning of the movie. He definitely came across, at least from what I can remember, he came across as a very horrible person with no redeeming features, and then not until the end of the film where he started to see things differently, and especially when he's trying to get his brother out and trying to sort of repair some of the damage that he's done, then it became a bit more redeemable. But yeah, I might have to watch that film again. Maybe I'm just not remembering things. Ooh, that's all good. So good. I saw them live back in 2001, which turned out to be amongst their last shows together. So yeah, it is what it is, man. American History X. Well, I do remember American History X. There was that bit when he curb stomps that dude, which was ooh. Had his jaw on the curb and ooh. In real life, the future is gonna look like it'll be more dystopian. Well, I hope not. But in the day, all you can do is all you can do, right? I mean, whatever happens, happens. And you just have to deal with it the best you can. And that's always going to be the reality, isn't it? You can't control everything, but you can control some things. Well, you can control what you do. He was horrible, but towards the end, you see how it was drummed into his head by his dad. He was groomed by those he looked up to. Okay. I guess that's probably the bits I'm not remembering right now. But yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that film again at some point, refresh my memory. Other serious movies: A Bronx Tale and Sleep. Oh, Sleepers! I've seen Sleepers. Yeah, with Brad Pitt. Especially Sleepers. I think it was an actual story. Yeah, was it Brad Pitt, Robert De Niro, what's the other guy whose name I can't remember right now? Dustin Hoffman. Yeah. I've seen that film quite a few times actually, but Kevin Bacon. But yeah, I guess by now I haven't seen it for a long time. But yeah, I know Sleepers. I know the movie. I think it was set in New York. And it was like, yeah, the boys got molested by Kevin Bacon while they were in like a juvenile prison or something. Two of those guys died in their mid-30s. In the mid-80s. Ooh. Yeah, a couple of them, some of them became gangsters, isn't it? So, yeah. I did watch all the Sleepers after the prison. I turned it off. It's a hard film to watch, to be fair. It's a hard film to watch. But I remember watching it a few times back in the day. Yeah, it's a place in New York City. NYC. But Kevin Bacon, in his career, he's played a lot of different types of characters, but in particular, like in Sleepers, he played a child molester. And there's another film he played a pedophile. I don't know, was it a woodmaker or the woodcutter or something like that? But he played a pedophile. But the thing is, he was playing a pedophile that was, I guess, recovering pedophile or something along those lines, where he'd already done his pedophile stuff. He'd been convicted. He's out of prison now, and he's kind of living this life where, you know, he's away from kids and stuff like that. And, you know, he meets a girl that he likes or likes him and tries to form a relationship with her. And I think he does tell her about his past. And then Mos Def is in that movie. He plays a cop. But yeah, a couple of times I do play the child molester. I'm just saying. Once is an accident, twice is a decision. You know what I mean? Yeah, and others went into the street life. Street life. I'll have to give it a watch again. Didn't want to watch when they see us on Netflix. Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that was. Yeah. That was tough. Like, I mean, it's good that in the end they got justice. Right? You know, their names were cleared, but when you see like what they went through and how unnecessary everything was, man, that's crazy, man. Like the levels of cruelty that some people have, it's ridiculous. It is so bad. But yeah, it's like they only managed to get their names cleared because the guy who actually did it confessed to the crime. You know, imagine if he never confessed. Imagine he just thought, screw those guys, I don't care. You know, they may still be there. Almost turned it off a few times. That's so hard to sit through. I literally forced myself. And the woman who, like the main woman who was prosecuting them, like the real life woman in real life, apparently she still maintains that it was them that did it, even though the other guys confessed already. Like, she still maintains that she did nothing wrong. It was them that did it. Like, come on, man. Come on. Yeah. She sure, for real, for real. But yeah, she wrote books, made a whole bunch of money off it. I don't know how much exactly she made. I'm gonna guess it was more money than they got in a settlement, though, or whatever. You know, when they gave them some money at the end of it to say, yeah, sorry about putting you in jail for something you didn't do. Here's some money. She probably made way more money than that, I'm sure. So it's in her interest to convince the world that she was right, even though clearly she wasn't. You know. But it's just like a mishandling of everything right from the beginning, that they were coerced into confessing to a crime they didn't do. Their parents weren't around. I think for most of them, you know, their parents weren't around when the confession was, that, you know, they didn't have any kind of representation, no lawyers or anything. And they basically just bullied the confession out of them just because they just happened to be in the area. That's so wrong for that. That's so wrong. But apparently the actress that played the woman who prosecuted, you know, the main prosecutor, the actress who paid her, apparently she had some controversy as well, like doing some illegal activity. So, boy, them people, man, them people. Only victims in that was those boys in actual, yeah. I don't know why, but J.K. Rowling came to mind. Shaking my head. Speaking of which, you listen to the hip hop version of Harry Potter theme. I don't believe I have heard that. J.K. Rowling. Yeah, 25 years of Harry Potter just happened recently. It's been 25 years since the first Harry Potter book was published. It was like a few days ago, I think they were celebrating it. 25 years of Harry Potter. Man. Well, happy birthday, Harry. She was being so bad that she couldn't remember who did it yet. They made her take the stand. You listen to it on the sound-based channel. Oh, the hip-hop Harry Potter. Alright. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm finding it, but no bother. I'll check it later. Or if I can. But yeah, man, it's a cruel world out there. It is a cruel, cruel world. Well, let me not say that. There's a lot of beauty in this world. But yeah, just unfortunately a lot of ugliness as well. And that's a shame. Like I heard about this one. It happened a while ago, I guess, but I've only heard about it recently, where a woman was raped, and apparently what happened is that somebody broke into her house while she was sleeping and raped her while she was asleep. So she never actually, saw the person. But then later said that she had a dream of who did it, and then pointed out to this guy who she said she saw in her dream as the person who did it, and that was enough to convict this guy of the crime. So this guy went to prison for, I can't remember how long it was for, it was a long time, because she had a dream that he did it. I guess to be fair, we don't know that he didn't do it, but he was convicted on the dream. Like, that's what happened. He was convicted on this woman saying, I had a dream that it was him, and that was enough for him to take his ass to jail. He's out of prison now. I think what happened is that the decision eventually got overturned or something, and then he was released, and I think he got some money out of it as well. But yeah, he was convicted. On somebody's dream. Just because I figured if it makes me feel less uncomfortable, then I need to watch it. Yeah. Hey, sometimes it's true. Sometimes you gotta. It's not always about what makes you happy. Sometimes you gotta sit through things that make you uncomfortable, because it's either gonna reveal something about yourself, or tell you something, or open up your mind about different things in the world. But yeah, to get to a better place, sometimes you need to go through that discomfort. Yeah, 100% agree with that. If Harry smoked some Bob Marley, he would be Harry Pothead. Okay. Says Bob Marley. Is that supposed to like? Is that like slang for weed or something? Just saying. Might want to reword that joke. Just saying. You might want to reword that joke a little bit. You can check out Young Marvu, Black Magic, Black Harry Potter. That's messed up, but it might not be in a dream. Could be in a memory. Who knows? That's how you do a racial story, not the Candyman way. The Candyman. Oh, the Candyman can. The Candyman can, cause mix it with whatever makes the world taste good. We need some of that right now, isn't it? Some Candyman love. I mean, the actual Candyman, not the crappy Candyman. The Candyman that makes the world taste good. That's what we need right now. Oof, but yeah. It is 11:30 right now. We've been streaming for 4 hours. 4 hours and 11 minutes. So yeah, maybe at time to start winding down. Bad Boys is not a Bob Marley song, actually. It's not a Bob Marley song. Bad Boys was who's Bad Boys? Oh wait, when you say Bad Boys, you mean Bad Boys, what you gonna do? Is that the one you mean? Because that's not Bob Marley. That was Inner Circle. Bad Boys is not. Oh, I don't know. Does Bob Marley have a song called Bad Boys? Maybe I'm wrong on that. Let me see real quick. Bob Marley, Bad Boys. Oh shit, he does have a song called Bad Boys. My bad. I guess because I'm wrong on that. He does have a song called Bad Boys. Okay, he does. Kev wants the hook. HIV, and he got out of there. Okay, I think I'm confused actually. Kev wants the hook. HIV and he got out of there. Did we start talking about AIDS? Did I miss something? Like what? The hook? But yeah, there is a song called Bad Boys by Bob Marley. But I guess I didn't know that. Oh snap, you know what? Oh. So Bob Marley did the song. I guess Inner Circle would have done the cover version then. Oh, I did not know that. I thought it was an Inner Circle song. But it's not. It's a Bob Marley song. And then I guess Inner Circle covered it because that's the same song I was hearing. When they come for you, bad boys, bad. All this time, I did not know. I feel like my head's just exploded right now. All this time, I thought Bad Boys was a song by Inner Circle, as in originally by Inner Circle, but no, it was originally by Bob Marley. I did not know that. I did not know that, but now I know. Now I know. But yeah, that's the that's the one. Yeah, we don't have cops over here, but I know the show you're talking about. I've done a reaction to it. Just haven't uploaded it yet. I see. Bad boys, bad boys. What you all this time? Because I thought it was an Inner Circle song. Because I guess that's the first time I heard it. Would have been Inner Circle on their album. And I guess I would just assume they did it originally. And I'm pretty sure, like, every time I've heard that song, it was by Inner Circle. Like, even on Cops, I think they used the Inner Circle version. Like, when I've seen, like, the clips from that show, I'm pretty sure they used the Inner Circle version. Or, I don't know, do they? Man, I feel like I've just, like, learned something. Well, technically, I mean, I have learned something. You know what I mean? My whole life has been a lie. All this time, I thought it was an Inner Circle song. It's actually a Bob Marley song, and they covered it. Now I know. Now I know. And when he told the guy who tried to rape her in her house, told him. Wait, what? The granny told the guy who tried to rape her in her house, told him she had HIV, and he ran off the house and quit thinking she did. Okay, so someone tried to rape a granny. The granny told the guy she had HIV, and then he ran away. Well, I'm glad that worked in that case. I don't know if that's going to work in every case, though. Some people just won't care. You know what I mean? So. The cops got him in the same day. Someone tried to rape a granny, though. Ugh. I mean, rape is, you know what? That's some sick shit out there, man. Anyways, like, I mean, it's, yeah. I mean, the fact that somebody would even do that, regardless, is just, ugh. Yeah, they got his ass. But yeah, guys. So I don't know. I might upload a video during the week. I might not. We'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna start winding down. Hodge twins. Okay. I'm just not sure if. No, I have to upload the Bob Marley video on my channel, my second channel. I mean, it's got to go somewhere. Maybe just put it all on one channel. Just saying. I mean, if it's all reactions anyway, right? Maybe just put it all on one channel. Just a thought. Just a thought. Just saying. Maybe. But yeah, guys. Yeah, I might see if I upload a video this week. We'll see. No promises, but maybe. Hopefully, I'll be doing an interview this week for the podcast. So look out for that over the podcast channel. And yeah, like I was saying earlier, I'm currently working on the why the Fast and the Furious is trash. So it's written, it's recorded. I just need to edit it now. So try and get some editing done on that as well. But yeah, in the meantime, you know, just see if I can upload a little thing or whatever. We'll see. But you know, I just realized something. There is a captions button. Oh, it won't work on when it's live. Okay, never mind. But yeah, that's just gonna be all for the Nizal. True. Appreciate you coming through, dude. But yeah, guys, you have been awesome as always. I appreciate you and all that you do. Thank you for keeping me company. Thank you for keeping it lively. And I'm sorry I saw years ago and it truly came into an old lady's house. Took her skillet, knocked him down, pulled out the pistol, and told him, "You're gonna call the police on yourself." Wow, good for the old lady. Knocked him out. But yeah, guys, till whenever, if ever. Let me get this right thing. Where's it gone? Here we go. Peace.